Standard protocol. I'm Katon, hobby game developer slash YouTuber. But I'm a little tired. Just like in general. I mean, as it stands, it's still annoyingly hot in terms of weather. And then on top of that, I've not been feeling all that great lately. Mainly just mentally, somewhat physically, but mostly mentally. In case you couldn't tell from what I've been kind of alluding to over the days, I have been getting pretty burnt out lately, and I have friends who are also yelling at me about how burnt out I am. So, with that kind of kept in mind, I think it's probably no surprise that I am planning on taking a bit of a break soon-ish. As it stands, we've already kind of canceled Sunday, and I'm potentially canceling Saturday. I don't know for sure. I might just wake up Saturday and feel like I want to do one last stream before I go on hiatus. I don't think it's going to be too long, but it probably will be longer than many of the other many of the other breaks that I've gone on. I'm expecting at least a month. Probably, at least. Anyways. But that's, in the future. As it stands, it's probably also going to be the time in which, as I start to come back to things, is going to be what I end up doing. My, not big, I was going to say big rebrand, but I don't think it's going to be a big rebrand. It is just going to be the minor brand refactor, essentially. I've kind of alluded to it before, recently in the past. It being the whole thing of, taking the VTuber name out of the username and general brand naming, and moving more towards focusing on the development studio as being kind of the primary brand, and then Katon is just one of my little blorbos that I cosplay on stream, basically. I've said before that like part of this has just been like, oh, I want to make it a little bit more clear that this is just like one of my characters and it's not supposed to be me, and I want to write more stories about that character. That's been part of it. Another part of it is just the general like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like evolution is a little wonky. It's more like the I don't know if I want to say evolution so much as like development of how I wish to go about my streaming stuff, I guess. Which is also why, again, this rebrand will probably be a good time for a soft re-debut of sorts. So that's definitely going to be part of it. Also, depending on how long I actually go away and how quickly I recover from burnout, there might actually be some sort of a re-debut going on. We'll see. As it stands, a big thing is, I want to come back in with a fresh mindset and fresher mood somewhat, and also with the weather not being 100 fucking degrees all the time, and all of that, and hopefully things get a little bit better. Come in and actually put some effort behind what's the word I'm looking for? Effort behind promotion, as much as I tend to hate that phrase. But, I mean, as it stands, y'all know, the primary the primary work, the primary job, is game development stuff, and VTubing was only ever supposed to be a secondary for fun with a bit of a side hustle kind of situation. It's kind of not been that because it's kind of my only source of income at the moment because I still haven't gotten anything actually out on market. And the whole point of me working on Toaster Gun is that it's supposed to be a much simpler thing for me to get onto market with very little external resources. At least that is the hope. Speaking of, so yesterday I did game dev work off stream. It wasn't super great because brain fart. I went into yesterday's dev session, sorry, thinking I was going to do a minor rework or refactor of some of the damage code in the system so that I could better set up things for effect texts, because I want to get into making contraptions. I want to get into making hop-ups, because, you know, the hop-ups are going to be like one of the biggest things that I'm going to really like about building this game, is the customization of your weapons. But in order to do that, I needed a more robust system for status effects and damage modifiers and all of that. And when I was looking at kind of what was currently possible, I was like, wow, this kind of sucks. Especially because, like, again, part of it was also just the fact that, like, damage instance in and of itself is just a really bare-bones struct. There's a bunch of things that are enums that should really be classes in and of themselves. Things like that I'm having to kind of work through. As such, I did not finish that refactor, and so I don't think the game is in a workable state on this branch, which is why I set it up as a separate branch. And that's also why I can't work on a whole lot on this branch without breaking things in that branch. Granted, as long as I don't, like, seriously touch any of these yellow things, which even then, that is a lot of yellow things. However, as long as I am avoiding touching certain things within here. As long as I avoid touching certain damage systems. As it stands, like, there's a couple of these that are only really modified in the sense that I added an interface, and I added a method for that interface. That's kind of a lot of them. So a lot of them are going to be fine, but one that's going to be a real problem is some of the changes. I thought there were some changes that are going to be kind of concerning. There is the fact that damage instance has base amount instead of amount. That is going to be one of those things that we'll have to kind of worry about when we merge the branches together. Is that it's going to change all of these amounts to base amounts, because I made modifications to the damage instance struct. So that will be a mild concern. Damage instance itself has a lot of modifications done to it. Lots of things with that need to be fixed. Contraption info is mostly the same, except for the fact that I have reworked everything to be the private backing fields. But we didn't have any contraption infos in the project yet, so that's fine. Damage profile is being reworked almost entirely. which is going to be fun. By the way, there is damage category is an enum, and it's going to stay an enum. Even though it is a concept that might need to be exposed to the player, it's probably going to stay as an enum. The reason for that, I am noticing also that there's some symbols that got fucked up when they were exported. I copied a lot of these. These summaries are actually copied from the documentation I wrote on them on the game documentation. I recently did documentation on these new concepts that I'm working on in order to kind of figure out how damage works so that I can better work on this upcoming refactor of the damage system. So I'm having to codify a lot of the rules and attributes of damage. So what was previously called the damage type is now going to be damage elements, and I might actually need to go and actually rename that because it's still currently called damage type info. I need to change it to damage element info. Damage element is now the lethal, explosive, energy. There's also acid is being added because I want to make more effects that leave like trails or other things. And that's one of those. Oh, yeah, single protocol with you. Yeah. As I was saying, I want to have some more effects and stuff that leave kind of enemy hazards or hazards against the enemy, modifying the field for more damage on the field is a interesting thing to work on. That's why I'm throwing the acid element in there. And also I was trying to codify kind of generally what I would expect for enemies to be resistant to. And then status elements. So there's basically two types of elements. There's the non-status elements and the status elements. The status elements are going to be the one that are like more elemental, which is the shock, burn, freeze, and slag. Basically, they are just the elements from Endless Zone Zero, technically, sort of. Just, you know, instead of ether, it's slag. Is essentially how it works. And much to its namesake, the whole point of slag is that enemies who are slagged take extra damage from other damage sources. Specifically, I did codify it. I was trying to make it so that the different damage elements have more kind of interplay between each other. As such, there's stuff like, for example, when enemies are shocked, they'll receive 25% more elemental status buildup from burn, freeze, and slag. Specifically, those, which is the other three elements. Similarly, when they're on fire, they'll take more damage from energy and slag. When they are frozen, then they take extra crit chance from lethal, explosive, and burn. So they've all got different things going on between each other. And then slag is specifically 50% more damage directly from lethal, energy, and shock. That's the kind of idea. So they have a little bit more interplay. That's elements. And then there is categories. This is something that probably will stay as an enum because I don't expect to need to expand this very often because these are, like, very core concepts. There are 4 types of damage. There is weapon damage is dealt by weapons, obviously. Ability damage is done by super abilities, tactical abilities, as well as certain contraptions or hop-ups. just like certain effect text things. These are like explicitly, basically, damage that's dealt by something that has an effect text, basically. Even though weapons can have an effect text, but they'll usually handle their effects in a different way. Elemental status damage is damage that is caused basically by shock and burn right now. Essentially, those are going to be what that is. And then the elemental status damage in and of itself will be increased by lucidity. And also, I have like, the more important thing about how a category works is how it affects where the XP goes when the enemies are defeated. That is kind of a big thing. If I shoot somebody with a gun, then obviously the gun gets the XP. However, if I hit somebody with the SP shells, what gets the XP? And if it's nothing, then you are, as we say when we're playing Ratchet & Clank, you're cooking your weapons. Haha, funny. But it has to be balanced, right? If it gives everything mastery XP, it needs to be kind of balanced. At the moment, I am saying that it's going to be distributed evenly to each weapon equipped. And we will see if that needs to be tuned. And again, the idea is going to be if it's distributed too evenly, as in if it is the same damage value 1-to-1 and it's distributed to all weapons, then it will be very slow potentially, especially with 3 weapons. And that can kind of still somewhat disincentivize players from dealing damage with abilities. But if we give it too much, then that might incentivize them to spend all of their stamina doing tacticals if they're damaging. It makes damaging tacticals way more valuable than tacticals that just have utility. And that's always going to be a little concerning. Like, then it's like Katan's North Star tactical just becomes practically useless, because why would you use a tactical that buffs your weapon damage when you could use a tactical that gives you more XP? That's always going to be kind of the concern. Of course, there is one last damage category. This is actually the default damage category. If it is a catch-all damage category, technically speaking. However, it has also been kind of codified as specifically a damage that is more often than not attributed to something other than a player. Therefore, I have called it internally hostile damage. It is usually damage dealt by enemies, either to the player or to each other, or it is damage dealt by traps, because that is, there's supposed to be traps in rooms, in encounter rooms at least. And the way that hostile damage is going to work in terms of XP is a little bit convoluted, but that's kind of by definition. It's like, why would you allow an enemy to kill another enemy when that's XP that you could have taken? Kaz moved all of our stuff away from GitHub. I was working on that, and then I was just like, I kind of don't want to work on that. As it stands, it's like, there's only so much that's going to really help me in the long term. I would like to have it off of GitHub, but at the moment, I just don't have the mental capacity for it. Git.gay. That sounds cool and based. Also, as it stands, like, part of the issue is that, like, I don't have the income right now for a paid solution. At least I don't think so. What I really do wish is I had, like, a proper NAS, a network attached storage, but, like, finding an actual spot for it on this building's shitty electrical is kind of a concern. Codeberg based? I have no idea what that means. But yeah, at some point in the near future, I want to migrate it. But it is stuck there for now. Along with several other things. I've heard GitLab might be good, primarily because I've seen it in use. So I remember when I was looking at Minecraft mods the other day, I noticed a couple of mods are now hosted on GitLab. I don't know what other sources or hosts have in terms of like what their pricing is or what their allowed settings are without a budget. And as such, that's kind of been where I've been at. Yeah, as I was saying earlier in the stream, I was starting on a big refactor on damage, and that's why I don't have the, I can't be working on anything super crazy today, just because, like, the refactor is touching a bunch of code, and I don't want to accidentally break code that is being touched by that refactor. So, that aside, and that's why I think today I'm potentially going to just work on the new stamina system. Essentially reworking the abilities to work off of stamina instead of the individual cooldowns system that they're currently on. And then if I finish things early, then I might work on some modeling maybe some other asset work. Or I potentially just log off early. I was saying it before. I am very burnt out, and I'm probably going to be taking a break from streaming next week for a few weeks, actually. And so if I am feeling a little too burnt out to continue with working today, then so be it. But I wanted to work on stuff today. I wanted to do it potentially on stream. Mostly because it is the one thing left on my schedule that was set in stone, other than the Sunday that got canceled. But yeah. But as I was saying, damage categories are probably actually going to stay as an enum. I don't think there is any reason to expand the damage category system at all. This is basically catch-all for anything. There's been, like, sometimes I think in terms of how I do these, in terms of how I've been building this game, I always keep kind of thinking, like, oh, I want this to be, like, as modular and expandable as possible, because I would like to make modding for the game. Not, I would like to make a modding API. That's outside of my purview. That is outside of my scope. But if people come along to do modding for it, if they decide, because I know that, like, people have done, like, specialized APIs for existing Unity games for modding. I.e., I think immediately H3VR has their own scene and they have their own loaders and stuff. If somebody wants to make a loader for this game and wants to mod things into it, I would like to make that as clean and unobtuse of a project as I can. And so one of those things would be to make things as data-driven as possible, but that does always kind of present a hassle, especially with the concept of this being a C# project in Unity, and there's only so much I can do with how expandable everything can be. as it stands, a lot of like behaviors and effect texts are still going to be handled via hard coding. And I don't feel like having to write a whole new fucking scripting language for how the effect system works. Even though I've been tempted to potentially set up like a Lua interpreter for it, but again, way out of scope. Like, it would be really good. That would be amazing for modding. I would love to make this game moddable in general. But, I think just for the moment, I am going to continue on with the assumption that we are doing whatchamacallit. Mostly just like mono behavior controlled effects. There are some things that are going to be more data driven. For example, the new effect text system that I'm working on, where sort of inspired by Balatro's code, because Balatro does something similar, where the way that effect texts are going to work is that I'm kind of reworking things where effect texts are actually going to have a bunch of parameters in them, because like it would suck to have to make a change in like several different localizations because I needed to tweak one value in a effect text because I was doing some balancing. Therefore, effect texts are going to have a lot of parameters. And the way things are going to work is that those parameters are going to be things that can be controlled using a data object that is generalized and then copied from a scriptable object. And it's going to be just like, it contains a list of floats. There's like an array of floats and then an array of integers, array of, what's the word I'm looking for? Localization entries. I like have it fill in other localization entries into the main localization entry. So that, for example, if I make a hop up and it, hop up captions. Okay. If I make a hop up that gives plus 10% damage, and then I decide that that's not really good enough for that hop up and I want to change it to crit rate, I can do that very easily by just changing the associated localization. Technically speaking, that was also supposed to be what the localization reference system was within the main localization system. However, this is going to be something that is more flexible, and the important thing, the idea behind this, is that I can have the behavior code specifically read whatever has been put into the data object as part of its effect behavior. So, for example, not necessarily if I do, like, change the damage localization entry to the crit rate localization entry, I also have to do something on the back end to make sure that's reflected. But rather, it can be like, if I want to tweak it so that it gives, so that like a thing that gives money, if it's supposed to give 10 money, and I'm just like, I want this to give 12 money, all I have to do is tweak the value, and it's automatically going to update the behavior. That would be the idea. That's the ideal behind it. I wonder if I already set one up, I feel like, because I know I did make the beginning of the idea, but I don't see a folder for it. There would have been a folder. It's possible I do have, you might need a folder in here called like effect texts, and then in that folder I'm going to have like a folder for weapons, a folder for hop-ups, and a folder for contraptions. Possibly also a folder for abilities, because abilities also have their own effect texts. And actually, I have another field in the effect text data where I can specify a specific valid attribute, such as vitality, agility, lucidity, intelligence, integrity, dexterity. So I can specify one of those, and then in that way, I can immediately change what attribute is used for different damage types. That's fun. So that will have to be something that I kind of figure out. At the moment, the plan isn't necessarily to make damage instances have inherently a valid aspect. It might, though. That might be useful for certain effects. But at the moment, that's not the plan. But we'll see. Anyways. So today, the plan is, just because it is the one thing I could probably work on without breaking much of the other code, and that is to change abilities over to a stamina system. Generally speaking, all the other abilities are already pretty set up, or all the abilities are pretty set up well enough to where we should be able to tweak things around to do that. And it's just going to be a matter of figuring out how to set these up. So the way that I'm currently doing cooldowns, let's find out. It is still on an event. Yeah, I think that's still fine. That does mean we are going to be touching base player abilities. Thankfully, the only touch that we have done to this on the other branch has been, I should really, screenshot what that was. Because I can't change this without fucking up what I'm currently working on. I can actually just go ahead and open the GitHub over here. So I can click on Toaster Gun over here and then be able to see the damage step and the commit here. There. So you can have the commit show up over here. There we go. That way I can check. So I know pretty much for a fact that base player abilities was touched, but it was only to add the on damage step and on ability damage step, and that is because base player abilities has the eye damage source interface, and I added a method to that interface that is part of the new damage rework or refactor. Also, I am low on water. I'm gonna need to refill that. I'm gonna be RB because I need to go refill my water. So I'm gonna be back in a minute. It shouldn't take me too long, but I am gonna need to be RB. One second. I return. Okay, so. Where was I? So, big thing that I'm gonna need to do. I'll probably set up more of the back end of it first and then set up the new event for it. I think the idea is going to be, we currently are still setting things up such that there is a method called tick dodge recharge, and that is called within fixed update. And what's going to probably end up happening is that both of these will be refactored into one method that is instead going to be called tick stamina recharge. Recovery, actually. It is specifically going to be called Stamina Recovery. I need to kind of codify that. There's a reason I'm calling it Stamina Recovery, and that's because I'm stealing the phrase from City of Heroes. So in COH, it's actually Endurance Recovery, I believe. Or specifically, it's normally shortened to Recovery, because regeneration is health, recovery is endurance. That's how it works in COH. And so that's why it's Stamina Recovery here. Okay. There's a couple of things that I want to go over. Actually, I think I have. If I go in here, it's probably a page. Stamina system. I have a page where I was working on how everything was going to be working from here. The original plan was 100% and 5% per second. One dodge once every 4 seconds, which I kind of don't like all that much. But was I considering... Well, dodges will immediately start recovering stamina at full speed. Okay. Singer Purple Yummy, how are you doing?
Headpats incoming.
Thank you for headpats. Oh, I left this up. Whoops. Oh well. Yeah. Anyways. Yeah, the original plan was 100 point stamina is the base maximum. The stamina will actually go up by a certain amount. Brain fart. I don't know if I actually wrote the value. The maximum stamina value is increased directly by the agility score of the character. I did not actually write how much it's increased by. I may actually change dodges to 15 points, potentially. But we'll see. Okay, so it does say that dodges will immediately start recovering stamina full speed, but a tactical ability will reduce natural stamina recharge to 0. It's interesting. Reduce your natural stamina recharge, which, by the way, you should call it recovery. I need to be codifying it specifically as recovery. you're doing a game with a lot of effect texts and stuff, it's important to have a very solid idea, a very solid, there's a word for it, which is like having your vocabulary very specific, very prescriptive language around each mechanic. Which is why anytime we're talking about stamina, it must be a recovery. Okay. Also, by the way, the idea should be that a dodge will still generate extra stamina on a graze dodge. Which I didn't write that here, but that is supposed to be part of it. Graze dodge is... If graze dodge occurs, part of the cost of dodge is recovered. Probably 50% or 33%. I could even do like a skill-based thing where it's like earlier in the graze dodge you get in the window you get a graze dodge, the more recovery you get. Maybe that could be an idea. That could be an awesome idea. That could be cool, is making it so that it's dependent on when you trigger the graze dodge. And then if it's like a frame perfect graze dodge, you can get a score bonus too. That's a thing that I've also been wanting to get into, is the rank system, where there will be I don't know if I necessarily want to do straight up a style meter, but there is supposed to be, like, when you finish an encounter, you get various rankings depending on time and other score bonuses. So, yeah. That's probably a thing that's gonna be involved in it. So yeah, the initial idea here looks to be 100 cost 20 for dodge and cost 75 for attack ability. Although I think the idea was that attack abilities had different costs depending on which one it is. For example, Polaris Thrusters. Polaris Thrusters is an ability where previously the idea was you jumped up and hovered in the air for a certain duration of time. Now it's going to be that the duration is actually stamina dependent, you can drain extra stamina to continue hovering using tactical. That's kind of the idea that I was thinking. Things like that, such as Deep Dive Strike, was going to be... You could spend longer underground for extra stamina cost. So, yeah. That's the idea. I think that is generally the idea. As for how much we actually get, if we assume the absolute worst case scenario, where we are gaining 1 in agility several times over the course of the first floor. The way that it works, the way it's supposed to work is that, like, the floor has, 1-to-1 levels, and then +1, and then +2 enemies. And then the boss itself will be +3. And then the next floor will actually be +5 from the previous floor. Which does mean that it skips, like, level 4, technically. And then skips, level 8. It'll skip, like, every 4th level, technically speaking. But I still think that makes sense, because the idea is that you want to be more prepared for the next floor anyways. As such, the idea should be that you get maybe about 5 levels per weapon. But I want to make it so that the player can't just level 1 weapon. So I probably want to reduce it down more to, like, you can get, like, probably a total of 7 levels. And then you can potentially get a few extra levels out of properly weapon swapping. Because the idea, I did write it on the weapon damage thing, but if you use multiple weapons to defeat an enemy, it will give you a bonus to XP for those weapons, to encourage you to use more of your weapons. To encourage you to quick swap and actually utilize that part of gameplay. And so that extra bonus could definitely bring you up to getting 5 levels per weapon. And then if we limit it down to, like, you can potentially get 7 levels on a singular weapon, should balance that out. And so the worst case scenario, we can technically, theoretically see a worst case scenario of having 2 weapons that are leveling agility at the same time, at which point we would expect a agility score of 10 on the first floor. And then, like, an agility score of 10, or an agility score of, like, 30 on the final floor is, like, the worst case scenario. And I think in that kind of scenario, I think giving 4 extra dodges, and technically also, like, 1 extra tactical ability, 1.5, sounds about right for just absolutely agility maxing like nobody's business. I think that makes sense. I may also make it such that it is actually 4 levels per floor, where it is actually just like enemies are level 1, 2, and 3, and then the elite boss is 4, and then the next floor is enemies level 5, 6, 7, elite boss level 8, and then third floor 9, 10, 11, and then you ride the Akira lift, and all the enemies on the Akira lift are level 12, and then the John Big is technically 13, I guess. I don't want to put him too high above. Like, 15 would be round, but 14 would sound a little weird. As it stands, John Big will be the rank of Arch Corporate, which in and of itself, the game will consider to have Lieutenant Boss, Elite Boss, Arch Corporate, a +4 challenge rating, which means that the game will essentially consider him to be 4 levels above whatever I put there. At 14, that'll be 18. At 13, that will be 17. It's not going to actually display 17 or 18. It will display the actual level, but it will show them with a quote-unquote relative level adjustment of +4. Literally exactly the same way that City of Heroes does it. The idea being that Arch Corporate is essentially AV, Arch Villain. And also Giant Monster, but Giant Monster is going to have the same challenge rating, which is 4. Giant Monster will be used for the Phase 2 of the final boss. The big Mega Man X1 Sigma Wolf thing, which will be really fun to work on. But that's all to do the mental math of how we do that. We could just make it so that he is at 15. The thing is that I'm going to make the health scaling the same as Elite Boss, possibly. I might make it a little bit higher, actually. If the health scaling will be the same as an Elite Boss, then the thing is that the idea behind the Akira lift is that you're likely to gain at least 1 level, possibly 2 levels, on your guns through the whole thing. As such, it would make sense to put them above level 12. And so that would mean 13. Possibly 14. I think 14 might end up being what we set it at. As it stands, the way that things are set up, elite bosses have base 60k health on average. And then the idea is supposed to be that I think John Big will probably have a little bit more than that. Probably 90k base. And that's base, by the way. That is not taking into account the scaling that is supposed to apply from levels. And the scaling applied by level is actually going to be slightly exponential. It is like 12% base, and then there is like a 4% exponential, I believe. I could go look it up. I want to say it's in... part of it is in game difficulty. Exponential percent's actually only 2. Yeah, this is kind of part of how it's worked out. Excuse me. Which does mean that I'll probably want to make the XP scaling of weapons function similarly, where there is a slight exponential percent to it, possibly even higher than the exponential percent of enemy health, to basically match up and make it slightly harder to level weapons long term. And that would be kind of the balancing act to think. Because then the idea would be that also if you're leveling intelligence, that's going to increase your XP gain rate anyways. As such, making it so that XP gain rate is a exponential process is definitely a good trade-off of that. And making it slightly slower than enemies scaling would make sense. Because obviously the whole point of it is that I could also, instead of making it health-based, I could actually make it more rank-based, where it's still going to be based off of how much damage the weapon is dealt, but it's going to be more of a fixed value based on the level of the enemies rather than based on the damage dealt. It is still going to be, like, in general, well, I'll have to see. I'll have to see how it works. It probably will be at least somewhat proportional to enemy health. It just might not be directly proportional. It may be indirectly proportional. Where it makes sense for a lieutenant to give about 3 times as much XP as a minion, because lieutenants generally have 3 times as much health. It's actually more like 2.5-ish on practice. Because, like, minions are kind of a little bit higher than 1200. And then the idea is that, like, the average health of a lieutenant is about 3k. Although it might go down. It might even be that lieutenants are actually only 2x. Just because that probably feels a little bit better for weapons that are, like, high damage, low fire rate, is being able to take out lieutenants quickly. Might be kind of a general better idea with that. Also, where sinus is. Blech. As such, worst case scenario of 30 agility. I think should be about an extra 60, which would mean 2 points per point in agility, which is kind of slow, honestly. So I might consider it being more like worst case scenario is actually just straight up the 2x, where it is 100. And that makes 3 points per level. Which is slightly better. If we get to the end of floor 1, and we have been agility maxing, we get 30, which is an extra dodge and a half. And a faster kind of uptime on tactical. Which is not bad. I may potentially also have a very small increase in agility per second, or stamina per second, per point in agility, but maybe not. Because then it's like, if you're only kind of leveling agility, then you only get, you know, maybe 12, maybe 15, which is almost an extra dodge. And in terms of how much that's actually recharging per second, this is fixed 5% per second. And the way that's going to work is that we're gonna have a value of, like, tick recovery. If we have 60 ticks per second, then probably want to do something like a number that is divisible by 60. Possibly do like 240. And from there, at base, we are generating, if we want 5% per second, actually 240 times 5, 1200, and then divide this by 60, you'd add 20 per second. Or more like add 20 per frame. So when we multiply 20 times 60 frames, we get 1200. That is recovered 5 stamina. So that's probably going to be how we do it, is we have a value of 240, and then, or 120. We do 120. Yeah, that way it'd be 10. However, if we have a recovery rate of 20 is our base to get 5% 5 seconds, or 5% every second, 5 points per second, then that would mean we take the max value of 100 and divide it by 5. Right? Because then that gives us 20. And then let's say we get 2 points of agility. That now gives us 106. We could actually just straight up make it so that every other point in agility gives +1. We could actually do that. So it could actually be 107. And then if we divide 107 by 5, we get 21.4. We're going to truncate that. We are going to be using integers. That becomes, so a 2 points in agility becomes an extra 21 divided by 20, 5%. 5% sounds simultaneously small and large at the same time. I'd say that's probably functional enough. So yeah, Whereas if we add 4 agility, we'll have 114, which gives us 22, which is another 5%. However, if we give +5 instead of +4, it then becomes +15%. It's not bad. Because that is the other thing to consider, is if we are doing this based on... Oh yeah! If we're doing this based on max agility, then... yeah, any percent we get, or any amount of extra max agility we get, is going to be massively impactful. So, we may make it, potentially, probably 2 per level. Which does mean that +2 agility is useless, because you can't divide that by 5. +3 would end up giving you 106, which gives you 21, that is 5%. Every 3 agility would give you 5% recharge rate. So that is something to consider. Actually, every 5 agility will give you 10%. And again, it's like, worst case scenario is 30 agility. But there's a good chance it's more gonna be like 15, 20 agility at end game. And like at some point you will just end up kind of negating stamina entirely, but not completely. It is one of those things where, technically speaking, I can just play with the values as we test things. But I think 2 points per level in agility probably makes the most sense. Again, our worst case is 160. Our worst case would be 160. Divide that by 5, we get 32. Which is 60%. Right? 32 divided by 20? Yeah, 60%. The previous idea was that dodges recharged every 4 seconds. Now it recharged 2.5 seconds, which is actually not that bad. The thing is, the current dodge recharge time is 2.5 seconds. That's a little bit less than that, actually. But that's not bad. And again, 160 still only gives you about 2... 160 gives you 2 tacticals. But that's not like it's still... If it's 75%... Or 75, I should say. 75 points. Divide that by 5, is the base value is 15. Whereas... 5 times 1.6 becomes 8. 75 divided by 8. It's 9.3 seconds. That is still 9 seconds recharge, which is a lot now that I think about it. As it stands, the jackpot recharge right now is 15 seconds. And honestly, we can turn down the cost of tacticals. Now that I kind of have an idea of how the stamina system is going to work, and the inherent trade-off of spending all of your stamina on a tactical rather than dodges, we could make them less costly. That's a possibility. So, I think we have figured out what our numbers are going to look like. I think I might actually make it 240, just to make things a little bit simpler. We go to base player abilities. I'm gonna make it a static variable. That variable being, no, maximum recovery ticks needed. Is 240. Although that does... Wait a minute. Uh... 240, and then we multiplied that by 5. Oh no, that's the same value. Okay, yeah. So I guess we are actually doing, I thought we were using 120 a minute ago, but it makes sense. No, yeah, because 120, we saw the value is 10, which means that every step is like 10%, which would be kind of annoying. But we could bump that up to 480. The problem is, if we bump it up to 480, $2,400 divided by 60 becomes 40. And we cannot divide 100 by anything to get 40 evenly. At least we can't divide it by an integer, is the thing. Unless we divided it by 2. Which would then make 2 stamina per level a little bit more impactful. If we could get this to 50. Meaning we want to recover 3,000 per second. Divide 3,000 by 5, we get 600. So that means that every 12 ticks, right? Hang on, because like 600 divided by 12, that makes it 50. Yeah, base value to get 5 per second would then be 50. Which makes sense because it is 60 times 10. Therefore, we took 5 and multiplied it by 10. That gives us 50. Okay, yeah, we're doing 600 then. We're doing 600 and then... I'm actually going to do stamina recovery ticks needed. And then stamina recovery per max stamina will be 2. So 100 divided by 2 is 50. Which means it'll generate 50 of these stamina recovery ticks per frame. And thus, 50 times 60 gives us 3,000. Which is 5 of them. This is the way we're doing it. Again, it makes sense because then it corresponds to the fact that we are officially doing the following. Stamina maximum per agility will be 2. And then we can start setting those up. So, I'm going to set them up around here where we're originally doing our cooldowns. I'm going to take this integer here, which was for core touch. I'm going to duplicate this, and I'm going to name this stamina recovery ticks. Starts at 0. And then, current stamina will be 0. And then, out of curiosity, let me go find... Where's player status at? How do we normally read our valids? I think there's like a class right there. I see. Hang on. If I look up get current valid score. That's what I want to look at. This we'll call valid bonuses weapon mastery and valid bonuses status effect. If I go to these definitions, they are simply get set properties with a backing field. Cool. That is no cost to us then. Practically 0 cost. That works for me. In that case, we're just going to have a property. Probably goes right here. Public int get maximum, sorry, not get, but maximum stamina. It is an accessor. I may also, at some point, want to make something where, like, a contraption could potentially just add a flat amount to stamina. That could also be an effect that we do. As such, I might need to look into that later, but for now I'm going to make it... But I actually could make it call base maximum stamina. Actually, we'll want to do a thing here. Call this actually stamina base maximum is 100. And so it will be the stamina base maximum plus player status agility multiplied by, I don't know why we should be accessing this. Why are you being weird? Okay, now it's working. I don't know why it was being, like, giving that weird pointer thing. Pointer error. Now I can also have a public int stamina recovery per tick will be base maximum stamina, although I probably want to make sure that's doing something else. As it stands, I'll probably do a to-do here. Public int maximum stamina, which is just going to call base maximum stamina for now, and then I'm going to throw a documentation here with the remark that I might want to do something here. Really? Probably could have put like a space there and then new line with the space and would have worked. Oh well. I probably also want to have something similar on the stamina recovery per tick. In fact, this should be called base stamina recovery per tick. Actually, yeah, we call it base stamina recovery. And then I might want some sort of I feel like I might have had something in here for like bonuses caused by status effects. Because that's obviously a thing, right? I want to have like a status effect that increases stamina recharge for temporarily during certain actions. I'm trying to remember one of them off the top of my head, but I'm not calling into mind what it is. Oh well. For now, we are going to do a method up here called private. Actually, we should make it protected virtual void tick stamina recovery. And we don't need a delta time because we're not using that here. Instead, we have a special integer way. Actually gonna have like a int tick number, default 1. Okay. First thing we're actually going to do is we are going to immediately cap our current stamina to our maximum stamina. If it is currently at that cap, then we exit. Otherwise, we'll do the rest of the logic. Another thing that I do need to figure out is the out of combat recovery. I might need to do that as well. Another thing I want to take a look at is player states. I want to see if we have a value. Because I know that there's some stuff within the state system that marks whether or not, what type of ability we're using, or what type of state we're in. It's used with dodge as well. So I'd have to set something up. I don't know if I want to use a comparison to find out if it's the dodge. I think I'd probably be better off just setting a variable within base player state that is stop base recovery. And then it's false by default, but then on any player state that is a tactical ability, it should be true. Not to mention, I don't think it's necessary to make base recovery unavailable in whatchamacallit. So, now I just have to go into here and set all of those for SP shells. So here's SP shells start. Stop base recovery, true. I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to put that into the other constructors. Alright. I have lost base player abilities. Lost base player abilities. I want to pin this, since we're doing things with it. We're doing very important things with base player abilities, so we should probably have it pinned. Okay. So that way, all we should need to do is check the current state and check whether or not it has the stop recovery value on. I should probably actually put a documentation comment on that. If set to true, the base 5% stamina per second recovery actually, you should say, if set to the player's base stamina recovery, 5% stamina per second, is disabled during this state. This should be set to true during tactical abilities. Another thing that I'm going to need to do, this was on suggestion from Olivia when I was originally talking about this concept. We need stamina in combat ticks. Out of combat, stamina will recover probably 5 times as fast. That will probably be a value that we're going to need a static for. Stamina out of combat recovery multiplier. I think 5 is probably fair. It's officially 500%. That is, they'll go from 4-second recharge dodges to they go from 4-second dodges to divided by 5 would be less than a second. Honestly, no, yeah, because it'll take about a second. So, yeah. Yeah, that works. That allows the player to basically just use dodge to move quickly if they want to. Okay. That'll be something that we add into tick stamina recovery as well. It'll also be a property. Public pool is out of combat. This is actually going to be a get set property, so that I can use this kind of very quickly. where we will set stamina and combat ticks greater than 0. And then a set value. I believe we should still be able to do get here without a problem, so we will do if is out of combat is equal to value, return. Don't do anything if we're already setting the same value. And then we do this, if value I need a static for this. Stamina out of combat, recovery, delay. We need to be out of combat for 6 seconds. So that should be 360 ticks. Yes. That should be good. But actually, we can simplify the fuck out of this. All we do is equals, and then use value as a conditional. If value is true, we want to set to out of combat recovery delay. Otherwise, we set to -1. Okay. So we'll do the out of combat ticker, and the way that that works will be if is out of combat is false, meaning that we have in combat ticks. I think all we need to do is just minus it. That's it. At that point, if it becomes 0, then it doesn't run this code. Easy peasy. Then we get to the main thing. And importantly, we do that before we do the next thing, because we're going to do a return here. And the way that works is first we get current stamina. We just set it to mathf min current stamina and maximum stamina. Reads the current value of the player's maximum stamina. We'll cook in other APIs on that. And then from there, if current stamina is equal to maximum stamina, maybe even greater than or equal to maximum stamina, we will short circuit out. Actually, we'll add braces there, since this is a short circuit and not a guard clause. I'll do single lines if it's a guard clause, but not if it's a short circuit. It needs to be very important. Or very noticeable if it's a short circuit. Short if at max. Max. Alright. From there, here's how things will work. value here is stamina recovery ticks, I believe, is what we're going to be using. And do the following. Also, I think when we have current stamina at max, we should actually set stamina recovery ticks to 0. We should reset stamina recovery ticks whenever we're not in combat. We do plus equals. Oh, that's right. So int recovery equals. The first thing we want to do is use a conditional. Actually, we'll set it to 0 at first. And then we do if player status current player state, yes. Stop base recovery if this is false, and actually we'll keep it there. We do a new line here where in here we'll set recovery equals base stamina recovery, and then we check if is out of combat. Actually, hang on. I did flip this around. I called it is out of combat, but it's treated as is in combat. Should be less than. Let's flip this around then. There. So now, if is out of combat is false, then we count down stamina and combat ticks. Which is an inversion of this, which means it's greater than 0. So if we are out of combat, then you take recovery and then multiply it by out of combat recovery multiplier. Boom. And we'll put recovery here, and then I will also want to do like a to-do here. Other recovery bonuses. Which again, I'm still in the middle. Not only am I refactoring damage, I'm technically also at the same time refactoring status effects slightly. So I'll need to wait until I figure out how that works first. That should be good. And then so we increase stamina recovery ticks by recovery. And then we check if stamina recovery ticks is greater than or equal to stamina recovery ticks needed. We will set stamina recovery ticks to... Actually, I think we can use mod equals, right? I think we can use mod equals. Yes, it is using the same mod operator. Perfect. Perfect. That way, whatever value we have remaining... Actually, you know what? Actually, I don't want to use mod equals. stamina recovery ticks divided by stamina recovery ticks needed. Then we set this to mod. And then we go current stamina. We do another mathf min to clamp it to maximum stamina and current stamina plus amount. Cool. That way you don't get like a weird situation where like for one frame you get like an extra stamina if you have like a fast enough stamina recovery. Granted, in order to get there, you would need essentially we start at 50. And you would need to be able to recover 1,200 per tick for that to matter. And that would be 2,400% increase. Well, technically 2,300% increase. Or more specifically, minus 50 divided by actually no, like 1,200 divided by 60. So we would have to get 1,200 in one frame. So no, it's... How do we normally get the value? We take our max thing. Right, that's right. And we divide by 2, right? 100 divided by 2 gets you 50. So to get 1,200 per tick, we would need an agility, or we'd need a maximum stamina of 2,400. And that would mean 2,300 added. We get 2 max stamina per level. We would need an agility score of 1,150. So yeah, okay. It's not going to matter there, but it could. In very vague theory. Okay. But in theory, if you somehow got a 2,300% increase in stamina gain, the game will actually respect it. Thanks to this bit of code. We are also going to need to come up here I'm going to go to this cooldown update event delegate. We're going to create a new delegate instead, which I'm going to call, instead, Stamina Update Event. There's a reason I want to make a custom delegate for it, is just so that I can have custom naming scheme on the parameters. Int current stamina, int maximum stamina. And I lost where I was. Take stamina recovery. That does also mean I kind of actually don't want a short here. Instead, I'm just going to do an else here, and then encapsulate this whole thing. And then at the end here, after we've done this, we want to call our event, which we didn't actually make anything for. Hang on. Let's do this. I'll probably need to do... I'll reuse the on-dodge ready and on-tactical ready to... Like, they'll still all be kind of set up correctly. I will need to set some stuff up. I need to add a some cost variables here and there. But we're going to create stamina update event on stamina update. I'll need to add some methods that also call this event when we gift some stamina to the player from effects. Alright, so then on stamina update, invoke current stamina, maximum stamina. Let's set up some more methods. I'll put this above tick dodge recharge. The idea is that at the end, this tick dodge recharge... Oh, you should probably also... Player status is paused. I forgot that's a thing. Yeah, you should probably put that up here. We do want to guard claws out if the game is paused. Forgot about that. We're gonna have a method here called consume stamina. With an integer amount. I may potentially have some sort of system where you can consume more stamina than you have with certain things. But I think for now we're just going to leave it simple. We'll cap it at 0. And then invoke on stamina update. Which, technically speaking, stamina update's always being called every tick anyways, but... This will allow it to, like, immediately update. Actually, yeah, I'll probably try putting the on-stamina update into specifically our recovery part. It's going to cap whatever is here at the end point anyways, I think. It will just assume that we don't have a max value. They'll consume stamina, and then we'll have another method. I should call it gain stamina. The idea is, at some point, we could do some other methods or things that are hooked into this. Yeah, the idea would be we just flip this to a min operation, make it a plus instead of a minus, and then make maximum stamina that value. You'll probably need some sort of system where when which this is gonna get reworked. I don't like this casting. I did not like this casting. That's part of the reason why I've been trying to refactor, because, like, damage does the same fucking thing. And I think it should just be event-based instead of having to go through each of these and cast them to the interface. I don't think this works out well. I don't know if it's very efficient on the back end, just because it's doing the is. We still haven't set up something to spawn refund orbs. I really do need to do that at some point in the near future. But, back up to here. We will need another couple... Actually... Maybe we can actually just set is out of combat. Checks if the player is eligible for the out of combat stamina recovery bonus. When set, will either clear... Actually, let's be specific. When set to false, the gonna need to new line this. Stamina and combat ticks. Value is refreshed to the value of out of combat recovery delay. Default what did we say? It was 6 seconds. Yeah, 360. 360 for 6 seconds. If set true, clears the current value of stamina combat ticks. Another thing we're going to need to do is I'm actually going to go to tick stamina recovery. And we need this to check if we're currently in a room. Secret Protocol Simulator, thanks for lurk. We check if we're in a active encounter and don't do stamina and combat ticks. Because the idea behind it is that as long as there are enemies in the room. However, and like I'm beside myself on how to set it up because I know for a fact that I want to have a contraption, a rare contraption, that a rare item, in case you're not aware of how the game works. I want to have a rare item that makes it so that you can potentially still get the out of combat bonus in combat if you wait it out enough, which is difficult, but doable. I don't know if I have a good way of doing that. I may just have a public virtual pool could be out of combat, which for now is just going to access excuse me, for now, it is going to access meaning our player status, current room, we actually need to negate this, by the way. Actually, no, there's a variable within room, isn't there? Is safe. Returns true if the room has been entered before, and if there are no hostile enemies present in the room. When a room is safe, the player's door entrance animation is much shorter. And their stamina recharge is faster. Haha. Yeah, that handles all the other things that it needs to, so that's convenient. I'll put a summary here. Whether or not the player should be counting down their out of combat status. Oops. Currently only checks level room status is safe. To do, add check for status effects. There will be a rare contraption that enables it in combat. Okay. So we'll have to use that. If it is out of combat, and could be out of combat, then we will count down stamina and combat ticks. I'm wondering if I should also have a failsafe. Yeah, I'm gonna add a failsafe here. If we are currently out of combat, and we're not, could be out of combat, but actually I'm gonna, like, buffer that. In which case, we'll set is out of combat to false, which will reset it automatically. There. Oh, that's right! Tick number also needs to be multiplied. Hang on. It actually needs to be minus equals tick number. Because that's the whole point of this, is if you wanted to make it tick multiple at a time, you could. And then we do recovery times tick number. Should be it. Alright. We're gonna leave it undone for the moment. In fact, what I want to do is I want to set up some stuff here. First of all, I don't think I have a value in here saying what an ability's cost is yet. I might need to go find... Not tactical color marker. I feel like there is an info for it. Might actually be a subpart of character info. It sure is. Tactical ability info. So... Currently you have base cooldown in here. Let's add one that is actually int base stamina cost. We also need to change these are still pointing to strings. These should be localization entries. Might need to get rid of the base namespace here, but oh well. And then we go, localization entry for ability name. I'm actually going to redo all of these because we need 4 values. Ability name, tagline, which is essentially more like a flavor text, if anything. In fact, I actually will just call it flavor text. And then short effect text, full effect text. Although, that's right, you know what else I forgot? We're supposed to be using the effect text system now. And that's supposed to give this its own special thing. In fact, it's already set up that way in the localization document. So I will actually need to set this up as an effect. So instead of short effect text, we actually need this to be effect text info. Right. I wonder if I set that up for weapons yet. No, I have not. I'll need to set that up eventually. But we can set it up for this, even though we don't really have to, because again, we're not displaying it anywhere right now. Yeah. Well. So, catch it here. I see. Interesting. Yeah, fuck it. We'll do it like that then. It's not the best way of doing it, but whatever. Base tactical cost, tactical ability, base stamina cost. I'm actually going to need to go back to base player abilities. We do also have a serialized base field for dodge. So let's also do that one. Base dodge cost will be 20. Is what it's currently set as. So we'll be doing that then. At which point, I am going to need to look into how we normally fire this stuff off. We have a dodge input. Cool. And so what we do is, if current stamina is less than base dodge cost for now, then we do the on dodge insufficient invoke. It's funny that I already called it insufficient rather than is on cooldown, because that means that it's kind of already the right phrasing for it being stamina system. Go to definition of start dodge. Let's just go ahead and do consume stamina here. And go base dodge cost. Now, I might still want to do something in there that, like, affect text that might have a reduction to dodge cost. I might need to do that somewhere in there, but for now, it's going to be like this. In fact, actually, I will have, real quick, up here where we have these properties. I might make it a virtual int dodge stamina cost. And for now, it is going to access base dodge cost. So using that instead. Don't really need to put a to-do here. We will also want one that does the tactical cost. Alright. So back down to dodge input. Dodge input. And then instead of using base dodge cost, we use dodge stamina cost. Go down to start dodge, change this to dodge stamina cost. we're going to need to remove a lot of these kinds of things. Alright. Now we'll also do our tactical ability. And instead of checking current tactical cooldown, we will instead do current stamina is greater than or equal to... I gotta make sure the other one is a greater than or equal to check and not a just greater than check. Tactical stamina cost. At which point, the internal thing will call the on-cam perform tactical ability. And it'll probably have the tactical itself consume the stamina. Could also make it part of on tactical ability. No, I want to make it such that it's dependent on whether or not it starts it. In fact, that's right, because, for example, SP Shells is supposed to refund the cooldown if you bonk, if you don't get the shoot window. So I probably want to do something like that in there, where like it refunds half of the stamina cost if you bonk. But I think, in general, what I'm going to do is it'll have to do its thing first. So, like, for example, we come into this... no, this is player abilities Katon 1, player states Katon tactical. There we go. And when we enter the start of SP Shells, on player state entered, we want to do... abilities reference, consume stamina, abilities reference, tactical stamina cost. And then what we do is we have the airborne. I'll probably have to redo the thing. And then landing. We do on player state entered, we check the should consume charge of the previous one. Wait, how do we handle this? Oh, okay. It's done in here where we actually go to set player state. Interesting. Okay. So now what we can do is, where do we consume charge? Should consume charge. We're going to change this to be instead false. We're going to do abilities reference, give, or gain, no, gain stamina is what it is. And let's have a static int for now. Public static int. I say... Actually, we'll just make it like a hard number, actually. Refund stamina on bonk. And then we just make it cost similar to a dodge. Maybe a little bit more than a dodge. I'll do like 30 is how much it'll cost, basically, effectively. And therefore, we go... Actually, no, I'll make it 40. Therefore, we want to give back 35. And we'll do it like that instead. Which does now mean... we are officially not running it off of the... whatchamacallit. I'm gonna go back up here and check that. So, can't perform tactical ability. Yeah, so we are now no longer using the recharge, and are instead using stamina cost. I want to take a quick break from doing the back-end stuff to get a UI component set up for this. We do have a HUD player ability script here. We're going to need to pin this guy. This is important. We can leave the dodge ready and dodge insufficient, and then we're going to duplicate this. We're going to do on... Actually going to get rid of this real quick. On... Stamina update. Oh, this is the unhook. We want the hook. Here it is. I go, on stamina update plus equals, and then tab to insert. I am going to need to change this to player abilities. Let me go to this. Actually, will re-enable the ability unavailable noise. Okay. There we're on dodge charge update. It just directly moves over into doing the things. That's fine. Let's set up our values then. The first thing we're going to need is we need to define how we're actually going to be setting up this thing. Where is there an error? Oh, it's you. We need to make sure we unsubscribe. Alright, cool. Handled. I'm thinking it's gonna look a lot like a certain other game's stamina bar. Especially with the idea of having the little ticks in it. In order to do that, I might make a sprite for this. going to need a sprite. By the way, I finally updated my GIMP. Finally. I'm not sure if I like the new update all that much. The new export menu is kind of weird. Anyways. So, we're looking at this. I think this size, maybe a little bit bigger for like the default stamina bar. Which then can potentially double in size. May also potentially put it like right over here instead. Move the super gauge. Move the super gauge over, honestly. Nah, because then if the bar grows too big, it'll clip into it. So it will have to go directly above the bar. Or possibly we go maximum Overwatch mode and put it in the center. Bottom center. It is maximum Overwatch, but... Nah, because we want it to be near where the abilities are, so I think it has to be kind of just there, but moved up slightly. We move the health bar to the top edge of the profile picture, and then the stamina bar goes on top, like that. We will need a little bit of extra space to show icons for the dodge and the tactical. We still need those. We still need the input prompts for those. Which, by the way, I still need to work on migrating all of that over to the Text Mesh Pro sprites. Also, I need to go to the bathroom. I'm going to BRB, because I need to go to the bathroom. Stand by. I need to go pee. return. Back to work. So, as I was saying, I think the idea is I want to create a sprite that takes advantage of a certain way that sliced sprites work in Unity, I think. Another thing is if I end up with a bar that just starts becoming way too big, I could start scaling it. I don't know how I'm going to do that exactly, but generally speaking, what I want to do is I want to have it have ticks. Similar to a certain video game. And I was going to potentially use 9-slice sprites to get there. Though... maybe. Unless... trying to figure out the best way to do this. I think there's a chance that I might just need to, like, instantiate them dynamically. But again, I think the idea is that, like, it is going to be next to impossible to fill your gauge up so much that the thing needs to be scaled. And at that point, I think I'll just eat the fact that I'm going to just scale it. Probably be how I end up running it. And so, in order to do that, let me figure out how much space I'm going to be working with here. So the player health bar is 200 pixels. That means that our stamina at, like, default value of 100, and we wanted to take up kind of half this space, but a little bit more than half. We did say that the worst case scenario is 160. Or the most likely worst case scenario is 160. Which probably actually isn't even going to happen anyways. So in that case, could probably get away with... Also, how big is you? You are 100? Wait. Oh, I'm misreading this. This isn't 200 pixels wide. This is a margin 200 from the left. And then 16 from the right. So we actually have to subtract 216 from 800. Okay. Is 584. Okay. Should we take this, divide it by 160? They're basically 3.6 pixels per point of stamina. Which means... what kind of height do we want for this? 64 is what the bar normally is, so let's go with 52. So you go like 48. Okay. I'm going to create a new layer. Let's call this ticks. Reduce transparency. We get rid of the background. And we want this to be probably a lighter gray, like that. It's 3. That needs to be 3. Okay. Set this to 54% opacity. And do that. And we set it to 25% opacity. Oops, hang on. Wait. Oh, I see what happened here. Hang on. I'm just going to use this to get rid of it real quick. Then we set it to 26 for opacity and put that there, and that there, and that there, and that there, and here. Then copy, paste, do a horizontal flip. Interestingly enough, it didn't anchor it. It just immediately made it a new layer. Interesting. Just to make sure I'm not doing something dumb. This is for 20. 72 times 5 is 360. Okay. Yes. Alright, I'm going to need to blur screen for a second, export. Need to go find the folder again. Toaster gun, assets, and now I can unmute it, or unblur. Sprites, UI. And for now, I'm just going to call this stamina ticks. Should call it stamina gauge ticks. I'm gonna go find that file. Oh, that's right. It fucking pops this new thing up. Image exported. Cool. Sprites, UI. There's the stamina gauge ticks. I need to set this to sprite 2D and UI. It is a single sprite. We want the wrap mode to be repeat. Probably leave it on bilinear filter. No compression on it because it is tiny. And apply. You'll open Sprite Editor and you will give it... Oh, fuck. Well, you know what? I need to actually turn off the filtering so that I can see it. Give us about 2 pixels of margin like that. Apply. Wait. I missed a pixel there. There we go. 5 and 5. 5. It should work. Hopefully that does what I hope it does. Which is that the middle will loop through it. I'm gonna start testing things. I'm gonna switch us to 2D mode. And we're gonna move you up and out of here. Let's pixel snap this. It'll be there for now. What I'm gonna do for these is I'm just going to hide the images for now. And let it just be this little section here. So the other one will also be 182. Like that. And then we hide the images. And then we'll put them right next to each other instead. Or more specifically, you thereabouts? And just hook those up like that for now. And eventually I'm going to have to change these into the new input prompt system, but we'll do that eventually. Alright. Ability status space, let's add a new slider. We're going to call this stamina gauge. Yay. Wahoo. I'm going to put it about here. Whereabouts are you at, anyways? You are anchored there. As are you. Okay, yeah. So 90 is about where this should be placed. We want this to be anchored to the bottom left. The pivot to be 0, and that's 90. Cool. I actually want to also pivot the bottom. Awesome. Probably put it up here, and then what was our height again? 48. Probably actually go to 52, and the inner thing will be 48. And then, what was our base value? 360. Alright. Now, delete. Change this to black for now. I'll make the sprites look nicer later. And we need this to fix the thing. We also need you to fix that. That's right, we will actually need to make sure this is like slightly larger. based on our padding. But what do we have for padding on this guy? It's 2? Means that this should be 2. Which means that this should be 364. Okay. Out of here, spider. Okay. Get rid of the UI sprite here. I want this to be this sort of stamina color. Actually, you do like blue, actually. Nice sky blue. Like that. I may also set something up such that, you know, it changes, you know, we do it the Zenless Zone Zero way, where it is gray, or like, it is slightly desaturated when it doesn't have enough for the tactical, lighter if it does have enough for the tactical, and then like red if it can't even do a dodge. Probably do something like that. But cool, so now we've got that. Let's get rid of the handle. Don't need it. Get rid of the missing reference. And this is where we then do image inside of it. And we call this ticks. We will set it up to be like this, with 2 padding. In fact, actually, we'll not pad it on top and bottom. I'll need to change that back to, that does not work the way that I wanted it to. Shit. Shit. Damn it. Okay, fine. We'll just run it as tiled then. And that works well enough for me. Doesn't look all that great, but it'll work enough. It'll work well enough for now. At that point, we had this at 52. This is 48, so yeah, let's just do 2 and 2. Looks slightly better. Might just, like, colorize this temporarily. I'm gonna just, like, color it blue like that. I like that. Yeah, there we go. Alright. Enough for now. I do need to go back to it and change it back to be filtered again. So it looks a little bit nicer at distance. It's a little bit nicer. Again, I'm gonna end up redoing this UI eventually. We are making this UI exist, and we will make it better. We will make it good later. That's absolutely the state that we are in right now. Alright. That should be how we set it up. So now, I'm gonna go up here. We're gonna actually set up a field for this. I'm going to have a private float. Stamina gauge size per point. I think we said 3.6. Currently it is 360. Yeah, I like that, honestly. That looks almost perfect. I will need to set something in here to give the icon that shows how much the, whatchamacallit costs. The tactical. In order to do that, do I have a sprite existing in my folder that I can use for this? I mean, honestly, it's gonna have to be like a placeholder sprite no matter what anyways, but... could actually use one of the new crosshair. By the way, did you notice that I've changed the crosshair? I really like the new crosshair. But I could use one of these sprites from the crosshair points for the thing. So for now, I'm going to do UI image. I'm going to call this tac cost indicator. Should call it tactical. Tactical cost indicator. Could use the line here, which we'll need to kind of rotate it to get that. We're gonna set native size. We'll set the pivot to the bottom. Oh, I have that on. That's why. That's not the bottom. That is, in fact, the, because it's rotated. There we go. That's going to be the bottom. We are going to anchor this to the top left of view, which means we're going to set this position Y to that. And also put it slightly in. And then, at default, our tactical cost 75. 75 times 3 points. 75 times 3.6 is 270. 270. The tactical costs that much. That looks about right to me. Alright. We did say before that what we want to do is, when it's too low for a dash, we will want it to do, change color. When it's too low for a tactical, we'll change color. Which means we've got to add that to the HUD style data, which I think is in data. Sure is. Target displays, shared, player displays. Oh, the abilities are actually down here too, so I guess that's it. Alright. Cool. Take this, duplicate, and we're gonna call this player stamina I have a few states to this, actually. Stamina gauge full. I'm gonna leave them as the default blue for now, and then we'll customize it later. Call this tactical. Will be when it has enough of the tactical but isn't full. Below tactical will be if it is not insufficient for a tactical but still enough for a dodge. And then below dodge, which will be red. That should be all we need for that. Domain reload should not be this long for changing one value in there. I swear. Okay. Let's style data. Why is Unity being so slow all of a sudden? Why is everything on my network my computer suddenly very slow? No fucking clue. "33% CPU usage, 63% memory usage." I should not be running slow. Whatever. I'm gonna have the full gauge be kind of actually a bit of a mint color here. Actually, no, wait, that's the wrong gauge. This is the one I want to be a bit of a mint color. And this will be essentially this, actually. So I'm going to make it lighter. This will be slightly darker, slightly more blue. This will be a darker red. Possibly even like purplish. Makes sense. I put those in between two things. Oopsie. Oh well. Just put that there for now. Save. Slightly better now. Slightly better. Still kind of bad. Alright. With the HUD player abilities, we save this, but we've got a few things to add. Notice we have a header for super ability, we don't actually have a header for anything else. We'll move some of these things up here. Do right here is going to be where we start the other things. I'm actually going to do a header. Legacy abilities. And another header that we put up here, we're going to call stamina. Alright. Have a stamina slider reference. We then do... Actually start moving all the other values down here. Stamina gauge size per point. And then also a stamina gauge size padding will be 4F. We then put... I think that's it, actually. We have a stamina slider reference. We will also need a couple other things. So we need a rect transform for stamina gauge container. I should call this all stamina gauge slider. We need a stamina gauge container rect transform. Then we also need a stamina gauge. We need this rect transform for the tactical cost indicator. And all we need for that should be just anchored position. Multiply it by size per point, etc. We will need to get the fill image. So, image, stamina gauge, fill. And the colors will be to that. We might need some sort of event that tells it, hey, the cost of dodge and stuff has changed, potentially. We might need that. You can also set up all this. Interestingly enough, we didn't actually already set it up. We do have a reference to tactical ability icon, so we can still set that. In fact, we will actually want that still in not the legacy abilities, but the stamina. The button prompts will actually be... You know what else is that? Now that we have, since we are still going to do a thing where we can... You know what? I'll probably make it so that the background image changes color when we're insufficient. So that means that we'll need stamina gauge, background. Need a private float. Stamina gauge flash. So I feel like I could also just do a coroutine for it, maybe, but So do we actually have like a update function on you? We don't. In that case, we'll probably just do a coroutine for it then. Alright. But, we're gonna go back to HUD style data. We actually want to do... player stamina gauge background should be black. And then... stamina gauge flash background. Should probably change it from red. Alright, and then we will set up. Let's set this up. I'm gonna do I may actually end up at some point setting up an additional thing like on the actual input prompt for each of the abilities when they are unavailable because the amount is insufficient. Maybe. But let me update our stamina. I have a method that does public void set maximum stamina, where we take its max stamina, and then we do stamina gauge container. I think we want size delta. You actually need to get the old size delta. I'm gonna have like a comma here. This value should be the old Y value. And this value should be max stamina times size per point. You also need to do plus stamina gauge size pattern. Cool. Also have a public void set tactical cost. technical cost indicator, anchored position equals a new vector 2. Y can be 0, then the X can just be tactical cost times stamina gauge per point, plus, we're actually going to take the stamina gauge size padding and divide it by 2. And then 0 for the Y. In fact, another thing we're going to do is private int stamina tactical cost 75 by default, because we want to use that. Nope. Stamina tactical cost equals that variable. So I use that to color the stamina bar. I was gonna do stamina maximum is 100. So that way, every time we do an on stamina update, we can check maximum stamina against that. Which we actually need this dot maximum stamina. Actually, no we don't. Because I set it to stamina maximum. Okie dokie. Tactical cost can be done in a different part. More specifically, it's going to be done here. We do set tactical cost, character info, tactical abilities, ability index dot base stamina cost. Awesome. And I'm just gonna have a public void set stamina value. Or here we do stamina gauge slider value will be amount cast to a float divided by stamina maximum. Actually, we are going to also need to set stamina dodge cost, which is normally 20. Stamina dodge cost equals... piss, we don't have access to that. Fine. I mean, I might also just do... Could do it here. Or maybe not. We have a method for it. Zero dodge cost equals dodge cost. And for now, that's gonna be it. Okay. And set this to current stamina. So we set our stamina gauge slider value, and then we just set the colors depending on what we want. You know what I might do? Might change those colors to be in an array instead. Never mind. I'll just do a switch statement here. Zero will be not enough for a dodge. The amount is equal to stamina maximum. We'll do this, else we do this. For stamina maximum, then we'll just set stamina state to 3 immediately, which means it is full. Else, we'll do this. If amount greater than stamina dodge cost, which should be greater than or equal to stamina dodge cost. Then it is equal to 1. If amount is greater than tactical cost, stamina state will be 2. And then we do stamina gauge fill dot color stamina state switch. Our default will be actually just gonna make it color.white. 0 will be style data, stamina gauge, below dodge. What do you mean? Oh, I see. This needs to be down there then. Stamina gauge full. Below tactical. Stamina gauge tactical. And stamina gauge full. Awesome. That should be it. That should be ready to go. We just gotta set our references. Stamina gauge. The stamina gauge fill. I want to rename that. Oh, it didn't set up the background, though. But we can do that. All we gotta do is... we need the following. We need a numerator. This is gonna be a coroutine, basically. Flash stamina bar coroutine. Come on. Why don't we have access to IEnumerator? Or is it IEnumerable? The... whatchamacallit's normally... an IEnumerable, right? Or is it IEnumerator? I don't think it's IEnumerator. What's something that is using it? It's gotta be a HUD element that's currently using it. Variability itself is a mono behavior. Oh, isn't it ammo counter that does it, right? It's not. There's something on the HUD that does use it. I feel like there was, but I'm not actually seeing it. How do you normally make start coroutine? IEnumerator. Oh, yeah. Wait, no. IEnumerator. We're using the right thing. I guess we needed system.collections. Okay. I did see that in this code, actually. System.collections. I guess I'm just missing that in the default mono behavior script, I guess? Oh well. We do need a variable up here, which is going to be stamina gauge insufficient flash time. Which will go with 0.3f. And then we'll establish time up there. And then we go while time is less than time start plus flash time. At the end here, we want to go ahead and reset the thing. Stamina gauge, background image, color, style data, stamina gauge background. But then during this, you want to make sure that time.time is reset. Yield return new. I can't type today. Wait for end of frame. And then we do time minus time start divided by stamina gauge insufficient flash time is going to be the parameter for color.lerp. Color A will be we're going to there, therefore we want the first one to be style data stamina background flash background, and then normal background color, and then we take this value. Right. And then we feed that into stamina gauge background dot color equals that. Should be good. Then we do a public void flash stamina bar, where we do I was gonna use the string for now. I'm gonna do this the lazy way. And then start coroutine flash stamina bar coroutine. Alright. And then in on dodge insufficient. I guess actually we do ability unavailable noise. Do we play that on the core charge unavailable? Core charge insufficient. We do. Okay, so we don't want to do that there then. Or we could have wool flash stamina. False by default, and then if flash stamina, then flash stamina bar. Bingo. And then we do tactical insufficient, flash stamina bar. Dodge insufficient, flash stamina bar. Okay. Stamina maximum never gets read, allegedly, according to the thing. Hold on. On stamina update, we do set maximum stamina. Oh, yeah, okay. Stamina maximum equals max stamina. There. As such, I just gotta make sure that everything else with the player abilities is functional enough. Our tactical ability is checking our stamina. I feel like there was one thing remaining in here that we need to check. Consume stamina from start dodge. Yeah. Dodge input is checking our current stamina. There is something I am missing. That's checking stamina. We have the event, and the event is subscribed. We probably want... When we set our player, when we assign to player, we probably want to... This isn't HUD Manager. In player abilities, do set... I think set character info will end up setting the stamina cost. So we just need to do set dodge cost. Dodge stamina cost. Was there another method that needed to be put in? Tactical cost will be set by the... other thing here, the set character info. I may still need something else that sets it, but that should be fine for now. Again, we have the update subscribed to. We do also run these updates, so let's make sure that those get set up. We run our on stamina update. We're just going to set it up like that. Oh, we do actually have access to a player. Hang on. Abilities. Current stamina. And then player abilities. Probably want this. That's right, we have player abilities here. Yeah. So you can simplify these to that. Maximum stamina. Cool. We'll automatically set that up. Okay. I think we have it ready. Not thinking of anything else that I might be missing. Oh, actually, we are missing the stamina gauge background. Rename that for clarity. The stamina gauge container, which I believe should be this. Then the tactical cost indicator is you. Save. And I think we are ready to go. Let me check to make sure that the player is using mouse and keyboard. Is controller no? Alright. Let's see what happens. Let's see what breaks. You know what broke? I forgot to set the fucking thing to tick. Base player abilities. Replace. I think I should just be able to replace both of these with tick, stamina, recovery. 1 for now. Save. Now we are recovering stamina. That's way faster than it should be. Oh, you know what? We're out of combat. I think it does default to out of combat. Does that make sense? But I need to set some more things that makes it actually... Oh, it's not flashing the thing. I might have missed something. Hang on. On dodge insufficient, on tactical insufficient. It should set to true. Go to definition. If flash stamina, then flash stamina bar. I wonder if maybe... it's like accidentally stopping itself? Maybe. I am also noticing it wasn't actually, setting the tactical cost to 0. That doesn't... I know what I'm missing. Infos, characters, character info time. This is supposed to be SP shells. Tactical kit names SP shells. We'll set that for now. I should have a tagline for it. SP shells tagline. These aren't going to show up anyways, but the effect text I still need to set up though, so I'm just going to keep it like that for now. Base stamina cost needs to be 75. That's the thing. Now it should work properly. Yes, there we go. So now it turns blue when you have availability. I need to go in and do something. I want to set something up such that when we are doing anything with a gun, we need to tell the game to set us to in combat. Also, if we deal damage, we need to set us in combat. For that, I might just set things up in a general way, a per-case kind of situation, where I'm going to go into... I think this is just like the SP shell start. No, I think it's actually handled in the next one. I see. Actually, no, that's handle damage. That's for dodging. On player state entered. Do shockwave. This is what we want. If result equals damage redirect result dot success. This also sets should consume charge. I forgot about that, but we also want it to set abilities reference is out of combat, immediately set it to false. If we deal damage with this ability, we need to do that. We'll probably handle it similarly with weapons. The base weapon behavior, on hit target, right after here, we want to do player abilities. Is out of combat. False. But only if we hit a target. And that will be how we run that. So that way, if we shoot this guy, our stamina is now recovering much slower. Interestingly enough, it's moving a little chunky. I may give that a bit of an interpolation, potentially. Anyways. What do you mean, bidoop? What do you mean, bidoop? Excuse you. Let me go to player abilities, Katon, real quick. Do we have an override for the tactical? We do not have an override for the tactical ability, so let's go to base player abilities again, and we input tactical. Tactical. Tactical ability input. If can perform tactical ability, we go to this. I fucked this up. It should be less than. It's funny because I didn't make that mistake with dodge, did I? I sure didn't. Alright, now it should be ready. What do you mean? Don't tell me I forgot to save. I sure didn't. Okay. Tactical ability input. If can perform tactical ability. True for on input. Current stamina is less than tactical stamina cost. Which will be a base tactical cost. This actually also gets called when we... It doesn't get called when we set the thing. No, but that's fine now. Wait. There's a method for, like, setting character info. Not that I know of. Hold on. Wait, no, because that doesn't make sense either. If it was, like, resetting to 0, then it would be available no matter what, but it's not. It's... You set player state to this. Current stamina less than tactical stamina cost. This should be true. Why are we calling on tactical insufficient.invoke? If our current stamina is above tactical stamina cost. Why is that? God, why is that not working at all? Hang on. I'm so confused. What the fuck is going on here? Why is the game just acting like it hasn't fucking changed anything? If I make a change here, we reload domain, Like, we dash just fine. I'm so confused. Why? Like... when we call... No, yeah, it works just fine here. Current stamina less than dodge stamina cost. When we call on stamina update invoke, we're using current stamina. Current stamina is get private set, public integer. So what the fuck is going on here? I might need to go give a call to Olivia. I do not know what the fuck is going on here. Help. Need rubber duck and / or debug. This shit don't make sense. It just does not. Where is on tactical ability? No, I shouldn't know. Tactical ability input. I can help in a moment. Hang on. Okay. Yeah. Writing a report for work. Got it. You know what? I'm actually gonna... I'm gonna go to... Where is this? Where is this? This is on tactical insufficient.invoke. No, HUD player abilities real quick. On tactical insufficient. Let me actually go to playability unavailable noise, and I'm going to do this. Debug.log. Where the fuck am I? Save. It's weird because it's still not flashing the stamina bar either. I don't understand why it's not doing that either. Alright. Go in. I'm going to get up here, press C. You gotta, where the fuck am I? And where the fuck are you, in fact? Core charge insufficient? What the fuck do you... Ladies, gentlemen, and everything in between, I changed the game's controls like 2 weeks ago, and I haven't updated the prompt. Never mind. False alarm.
Headpats incoming.
Yeah. Yeah. you had pets. That also explains why the fucking bar hasn't been flashing, because I've been hitting the wrong fucking button. Super is on C. That's why it kept making the noise, because the super was insufficient. Hang on. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of that debug.log. Don't need it anymore. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I was driving myself insane with that. Oh my gosh. What the fuck did I change it to? Anybody remember? Combat. Where the fuck is tactical kit? It's E. The tactical's on E. Eventually I need to move those into a different sprite system for it instead of what I have it right now as. But for now it's gonna be like that. And okay. Hey look, the bar flashes. And now we've consumed our power. We are now in combat mode, and we're not in combat. That's right, I gotta get used to that. And you get out of combat recharge if we don't hit them. But if we do hit them, I gotta get used to that. Fuck. I know what's going on. I changed how I now realize that I've been doing 9999 damage, but I'm not actually doing 9999 damage. It's just that I didn't set this up. Damage amount under, your damage amount over. Save. It's still being weird. Hang on. I see. Hang on. This here, and then... Yeah. I've changed how the damage text works, and instead of having to deal with the fact that I can't do data-driven text mesh pro outlines, I've instead just done this little hack where there is an under text and then an over text. One of them has a negative dilate, one of them has a positive dilate, and technically speaking, that's basically how it uses its outlines anyways, so this works. Alright, now it should be unbroken. There we go. Much better. Much, much, much fucking better. Cool. We can now dodge way faster. And it's balanced because if you're actually in combat, then if you spam it, you will run out eventually. Alright. That's right, and I have to get used to pressing F instead of E for interact. Oh, one of these days. Oh, that is actually really fucking good. I am noticing, though, that the prompt is missing there. But that's because we're just gonna have to get rid of all the other things. First things first. We're gonna go in here, and anything that relates to the legacy abilities, We obsoleting it. Using system. And we mark all of these as obsolete. Save. We no longer have a tactical charge. We mark that method as obsolete. Also mark this. So we no longer do these. No longer do these. Or these. Awesome. And save, and now we go to player abilities and start setting up all those. Yeah, all the can performs are fine. What I need is... Actually, what we can do is we can start with the things. So, yeah, base tactical cooldown, it is now obsolete. Which means we also get rid of the serialized field. Base dodge cooldown, that is now obsolete. Get rid of this. Dodge duration, dodge move speed, dodge graze. Here we go, okay. Current tactical cooldown is obsolete. Tactical recharge speed obsolete. Dodge cooldown obsolete. Dodge recharge speed obsolete. Alright. We mark this as obsolete. That's easy. You're also just going to be marked as obsolete. That's easy. Alright. Now this. Once again, at some point, I am going to need to change... I'm in the middle still of a refactor of status effects. This shit's just gonna be removed. I'm just gonna get rid of it for now. I have nothing that actually functions with that anyways. So we will get rid of it. Actually, to do refactor on status effects is still ongoing. We'll need to set it back up here, basically. Alright. I do still have the obsolete on here. Yeah. Tactical recharge. Recharge. Recharge and recharge. No longer available. Set dodge on cooldown. Should now be obsolete. Set tactical on cooldown. Obsolete. Alright. Let's see what Unity tells us is obsolete. Console. Stamina system is now in use. This is in player states from generic player abilities Kbity. And player abilities Kbity. You. In fact, oh, that's right. Base tactical cooldown would have been like that. Which does also mean we go to tactical ability info. We also mark the cooldown as in use, as obsolete. And also, as such, we get rid of the serialization on it. In fact, we'll basically just get rid of it. Yeah, I think I actually should just, like, start getting rid of these things. See if that causes an error anywhere. No errors. How surprising. Yeah, so that is now mostly cleaned up. Probably just start getting rid of all of the obsoletes, honestly. We've kind of confirmed that everything that is obsolete is not used. Therefore, just go around and start deleting them. So we go to HUD player abilities. I could leave these here for now. And then instead we do get rid of you. Or I could simply comment it. What's the thing for that again? Toggle line comment control K/. Awesome. I'm gonna go to base player abilities and start setting these up. K/. Wait. Use pattern matching. Oh, well, Unity didn't like that, so I'm not doing that. You still need to work on that. This can be exploded. You're explodable. Alright. These still have references. But these don't, so these can just be obliterated. At which point, you guys... You still have a reference. Where is your reference? You're in here, but you have 0 references, so I can do Control K/. I thought that that already set that to obsolete, but whatever. And then back up to here. We can get rid of you. I don't need to slash all of those, though. This one, both of these are obsolete. Perfect. You're no longer in use. You seem to be in use. Find all references, or you're not. Because you're protected, that's why. Or it's not showing up as being an error because it is protected. Which means it's theoretically, allegedly, accessible in a child class. That's why I wasn't showing it as unused. Alright. The event is no longer used. Yes! The on-dodge charge update. I wonder. Oh, cool. It's smart enough to understand that this is no longer part of that. Probably because of the fact that it's been broken up here. Alright, and on tactical charge update, comment. Technically speaking, that does also mean that dodge ready and tactical ready are currently not used, which I might change that at some point. But I'll have to put that in tick tactical, or tick stamina. Tick stamina recovery. In here, I'm going to throw a to-do in here. Probably should just throw it at the top, honestly, right before cap stamina, because it might need to be set up like that way. To-do. Reintegrate on dodge ready and on tactical ready. Cool. And eventually we're going to do work on that. This cooldown update event. Find all references. It is without reference. I may keep it around just in case. But for now, we'll leave it like that. Awesome. I think that will call it. That's a good day's worth work, I'd say. Hopefully we haven't broken anything that doesn't need to be updated down the line. Pretty sure this should merge just fine. Hopefully. Knock on wood. Knock on wood on that. There's a lot of stuff going on in base player abilities. And it might be a little funky. I love when it decides that it wants to put things in between a function declaration that it really should not have fucking done. I love it when it does that. Is there a way to fix that? Didn't tick dodge get moved? Or did I delete tick dodge? No, here it is. Tick dodge recharge. What if I move tick dodge recharge above base maximum stamina? Let's go find that comment. And move it above the stamina thingamadang. Base maximum stamina, right here. Save. Does that fix? Oh, it's the wrong one. That's tactical recharge. This is dodge recharge that it's currently broken with. Oops. So we need a dodge recharge. Where is dodge recharge? Dodge recharge. Put it here. Does it now understand? Nope! It still wants to do this garbage. It's because it recognizes the player status is paused. That's the entire reason why. And it also recognizes this. Hang on. Let's see if we can get it to do this. If I do k/, and then I do that. What if I did that? It still wants to be annoying. I see. Let's just uncomment those things. I have a feeling we're just gonna have to uncomment all the things I just commented out. Just so that we can get this to not be annoying. Your run just fine. That's good. That's good. Awesome. We'll just have to clean up afterwards. All of these are fine. Let's go back through these. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. You're gonna be the one big thing that we really need to check. This is fine. Nothing gets open that shouldn't be. This gets closed properly. That's good. That's good. Awesome! Okay, now it's good. Oh boy. Stamina gauge. Commit to main. And then I go back through and I kill everything. You're dead. You were already dead. You were fine. I just need to re-obsolete you and you. And you. Ah, damn it. That's right. I need to do something like that. There we go. I don't actually have to be specific. Just do that. My brain doesn't like it all that much, but it works well enough. Save. Let me make sure that that doesn't cause any errors here. I do see an error here. Oh, never mind. There is no error. Alright. Let me make sure everything is saved and finished. Cool. Let me check this. And then, yeah, we just modified those things to be deleted. Can probably just get rid of them, honestly. Might as well clean it up. It's cleanup time. Clean up all of this. Clean up that. Clean up you. I should have checked to make sure that those are also not broken. But, eh. Alright. Let's clean up more things. The HUD player abilities and clean up things that are no longer in use. Also, I will actually allow this again. This is a separate thing. I'm gonna unselect that. That should be ready to go. Don't see any obsolete warnings here. So that's it. Alright. Clean up. Commit. And then this will be fix stamina bar flash It's not really a fix, it's just uncommenting something that was commented because I was trying to figure out what was going on with that. Actually, make sure that that actually works the way that I wanted it to. Yeah, that works. Yeah, cool. Love it. Clip it and ship it. Push to origin. Close the application to make absolutely sure that Unity has not touched something weird. Hey, look, finally we don't see the fucking Akashi thing in there, because I fixed it earlier. I kept forgetting to set the Akashi font to non-dynamic Atlas population, so it kept updating itself every now and then, just randomly, because I hate Text Mesh Pro so much. I have nothing but hatred for Text Mesh Pro. But yeah, that's it. I'm gonna flip over to my chatting scene. As it stands, we don't have anybody back in chat, so I'll probably just save the spiel of what's gonna be happening the next few weeks. I'm gonna save that for wherever the hell I post it. I might still post some of it onto Blue Sky, I guess. I think I can probably just sum it up in one Blue Sky post and then just put that onto the Discord as an announcement. And it is the upcoming temporary hiatus is how we do things. And yeah, I'm gonna put all of this away. We are done with video game for now. Actually, I'm gonna go to the Trello. Go to the Trello. I should have a card for stamina somewhere in here. Stamina system. Put that into the top of doing. Turn max stamina by agility score. We recover stamina. We kind of divide the stamina bar into dodge portions for now. It could be better, but it works for now. Determine cost of tactical ability. Indicate cost of tactical ability on bar. Recover stamina faster out of combat. Define out of combat versus in combat. Easy peasy. The stamina system is done. That's the first time I have like a feature and a function that was in the framework selection, in the framework category, and I actually move it directly into done rather than functionally the same, because I have a bunch of things that are in FTS where it's like, these are functional enough for now, and I just need to do more things for it. So, yeah. Awesome. Like there is something else I potentially needed to do with that, but for now, it should be fine. Oh yeah, player character, there was a tactical kit check mark that never got checked. Well, now it's checked. Backpack auto reload is still in there. Probably end up trying to do that as well. Although, again, maybe I'm going to be doing some dev work tomorrow. Off stream, obviously. And because it is my Friday, is going to be my, like, bunker down and get things done, it's probably going to be more level gen stuff. I'm actually noticing my YouTube studio is lagging a little bit. Or at least the capture is. Maybe my computer just needs to be restarted in general. I did have a GPU crash last night. so I'd be surprised if there's something going on. Though also, I think, like, in general, Spout 2 is weird. But, I think that's all, and then I do plugged. Y'all know the drill. We're gonna drop in on a friend of ours. Let's find out who we're dropping in on. I probably won't be bothering with a raid message. Who's on. Doing software and game dev, allegedly. He is peaking. Matrogoria, specifically. Chihaya playing Signalis. I haven't seen Chihaya in a long time. Not that it matters, because again, I am at, like, 0 alive people, so... I'd probably prefer to drop in on someone I'm comfier with. And just flop immediately in their chat. Well... yeah, I guess we just do who then. And then click you there. Start raid. And drop in on Doohoo. So, with that being said, ladies, gentlemen, and everything in between, thank you very much for tuning in to my stream. Hope to see you guys next time that I'm on. Till then, this is Kbity over and out.